gentlemen, good morning and welcome to the White House South Lawn for the state arrival ceremony in honor of their majesties, King Charles III and Queen Camilla. At this time, we ask you to please take your seats and silence all cell phones. This ceremony will begin shortly.
Hot. Left. Hey.
Well, I can say it's the highest diplomatic honor in the state.
Commanders, dress your units. At close interval. Right. Close interval. Right. Army of the Nile. Honor, stop, hold, and shut. Ceremonial, at east. Army of the Nile.
gentlemen, please rise if you are able, as honors are rendered to the President and remain standing for the arrival of their Majesties, King Charles III and Queen Camilla, and the playing of the national anthems of the United Kingdom and the United States. Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the United States, Donald J. Trump, and First Lady Melania Trump. Ladies and gentlemen, the national anthem of the United Kingdom, followed by the national anthem of the United States.
Present!
Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated.
going, right?
Ready, on. Ceremonial. At ease. Stay at ease. President, this time.
Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
British Day this is. And it really is. Your Majesties, members of the British delegation, friends, service members, and distinguished guests, welcome to the beautiful White House. Great honor to have you. Melania and I will never forget the spectacular honor Your Majesties showed us during our extraordinary visit to Windsor Castle last September. Now it is our tremendous privilege to host you, and you're going to have a wonderful short stay, but stay nevertheless. Then you're going over to Congress, and you're going to make a speech that's going to make everybody very envious of that beautiful accent of yours. Very elegant. He's a very elegant man. Here in the shadows of monuments to George Washington, Thomas Jefferson, honoring the British King might seem an ironic beginning to our celebration of 250 years of American independence, but in fact, no tribute could be more appropriate. Long before Americans had a nation or a constitution, we first had a culture, a character, and a creed. Before we ever proclaimed our independence, Americans carried within us the rarest of gifts, moral courage, and it came from a small but mighty kingdom from across the sea. For nearly 2 centuries before the Revolution, this land was settled and forged by men, women, who bore in their souls the blood and noble spirit of the British. Here on a wild and untamed continent, they set loose the ancient English love of liberty and the Great Britain's distinctive sense of glory, destiny, and pride. And that's what it is, glory, destiny, and pride. The American patriots who pledged their lives to independence in 1776 were the heirs to this majestic inheritance. Their veins ran with Anglo-Saxon courage. Their hearts beat with an English faith in standing firm for what is right, good, and true. In recent years, we've often heard it said that America is merely an idea, but the cause of freedom did not simply appear as an intellectual invention of 1776. The American founding was the culmination of hundreds of years of thought, struggle, sweat, blood, and sacrifice on both sides of the Atlantic. Fate drew a long arc from the meadow at Runnymede to the streets of Philadelphia that ran through the lives of people born and bred on the British code that no man should be denied either justice or right. American patriots today can sing, "My country, 'tis of thee, sweet land of liberty," only because our colonial ancestors first sang, "God save the King." We see today a living symbol of this centuries-old bond, just a few dozen feet to the left where I stand. There, Her late Majesty Queen Elizabeth, an incredible woman who I had the privilege of getting to know. Queen Elizabeth II, very, very special woman who is very greatly missed on both sides of that mighty Atlantic. Long ago planted a young tree. It was a very young and beautiful tree, and look at it now. It's tripled in size and tripled in strength, very much as our nations have even more than tripled. Like our nation itself, it was laid with British hands but grew in American soil. Today it stands tall and proud, reaching ever higher. And this morning it reminds us that the mightiest of trees, like the greatest of nations, must be anchored by the strongest and deepest of roots. In the centuries since we won our independence, Americans have had no closer friends than the British. We share that same root. We speak the same language. We hold the same values. And together our warriors have defended the same extraordinary civilization under twin banners of red, white, and blue. My wonderful mother, Mary MacLeod, was born in Stornoway, Scotland, the Hebrides, and that's what they call very serious Scotland. There's no question about it. Some places they say, well, it wasn't really Scotland. The Hebrides, that's real serious Scotland. That's where they had their greatest of warriors, their greatest of warriors. She came to America at 19, met my incredible father. We loved him so much. We all loved him. We loved her. We loved him, Fred, and they were married for 63 years. And excuse me if you don't mind. That's a record we won't be able to match, darling. I'm sorry. Just not going to work out that way. We'll do well, but we're not going to do that well. 63 years. And my mother, I just see it so clearly. She loved, and I told the king this, she loved the royal family, and she loved the queen. And anytime the queen was involved in a ceremony or anything, my mother would be glued to the television, and she'd say, look, Donald, look how beautiful that is. She really did love the family, but I also remember her saying very clearly, Charles, look, young Charles, he's so cute. It's my mother. My mother had a crush on Charles. Can you believe it? Amazing how, I wonder what she's thinking right now. But beneath those beautiful flags, 8 decades ago, Prime Minister Winston Churchill and President Franklin Roosevelt famously met on a ship in the North Atlantic to outline a vision for the free world after World War II. That understanding of our nation's unique bond and role in history is the essence of our special relationship, and we hope it will always remain that way. The ship where the two great leaders met was called the Prince of Wales, the very title that His Majesty the King held longer than any other individual in British history, and he held it with great pride and respect. It's said that when Prime Minister Churchill first met this future king many decades ago, he was so impressed, he made the statement, he is so young to think so much and so well. And the bust of your great Prime Minister rests proudly again in the Oval Office. We're very proud to bring it back. We brought it back. Throughout His Majesty's life, the world has witnessed that same thoughtfulness which first struck Britain's greatest Prime Minister. His Majesty's intellect, passion, and devotion have been really a blessing to the British people. but not only to his own country, but to the cherished bond between the United States and the United Kingdom. And I am very certain that it will continue that way long into the future. In a few hours, His Majesty will stand in the heart of the United States Capitol as the very first British king ever to address a joint session of the United States Congress. So he's going to be addressing Congress, and I'm going to be watching. I was thinking of going, but they said, I don't know, that might be a step too far. I would love to go. It's not supposed to be protocol, but I would love to be with you. But there, the direct descendant of King George III will speak to the direct successor of the very body that gathered in Independence Hall on July 4th, 1776. If John Adams and George Washington, or the King's fifth great-grandfather, could see that sight, they might be absolutely shocked, but probably only for a moment. Surely they would be delighted that the wounds of war healed into the most cherished friendship. Think of that very, very long ago difficult war, and yet those wounds did indeed heal into the most cherished of friendships, most cherished. They would be moved beyond words to know that the soldiers who once called each other Redcoats and Yankees became the Tommies and the GIs who together saved the free world as brothers in arms and brothers in eternity, and nobody fought better together than us. If they could see us today, our ancestors would surely be filled with awe and pride that the Anglo-American Revolution in human freedom was never, ever extinguished, but carried forward across centuries, across oceans, and across history until it became a fire that lit the entire world. So today we look back on 250 years. Let us remember what has made our countries the two most exceptional nations the world has ever known. And together let us go forward with even stronger resolve to carry on our sacred devotion to liberty and to the traditions of excellence that have been our shared gift of all mankind. Your Majesties, thank you once again for making this important visit. We are so honored. May God forever bless the United Kingdom, Great Britain, and Northern Ireland, and may God bless the United States of America. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you. Thank you.
Right shoulder! Oh! Hold, ready, cut!
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise if you are able for the conclusion of the ceremony and departure of the official party.
Right! Hey!
You have been watching live images coming into the Associated Press from our coverage of the visit to the United States by King Charles and Queen Camilla. I am Meg Kennard here back in our Washington, D.C. headquarters, along with you for this entire big day 2 of this royal visit to the United States. As you were watching there, ahead of the King and Queen's arrival at the White House, you were seeing all kinds of images from the bands playing there on the White House grounds to all variety of different gathered guests sitting in the rain for at least a little bit of it, awaiting remarks by the president, and also seeing the King and Queen as they entered the White House. Some of those images were brought to you by AP's own Dan Huff, who is a video journalist on our team who has been covering the White House and all things government for us for more than 30 years. So a big shout out to Dan, who is one of our hardworking journalists across Washington today, helping bring some of that coverage to us so we can bring it to you. But also joining me today here on set is Sagar Meghani, who you remember from many elections past and other big events. Sagar, thank you so much for being with me today. It is such a treat to do this with you.
This one's a little bit different than election night, but it's
or the State of the Union. We're inside the Capitol. We're back here talking about very different stuff.
It's about the most pomp and pageantry you can get here. A state visit at the White House with a monarch. The first time we've seen a British monarch here since now King Charles's late mother, Elizabeth, was here 19 years ago. So a big day across Washington.
We don't see this happen very often, and you and I, we've spent more time at the White House than I have, but you see a lot of foreign leaders come and go. The president is always hosting somebody from somewhere, but this is very different to have all of these different layers, and as you note, the pomp and circumstance of the Drum and Fife Corps and the Marine Band and all of those different pieces that we see today.
State visits are an animal unto themselves, and you only get at most a handful a year. You know, you'll have the big dinner in the evening. You have the fancy arrival ceremony. It's worth noting Prince Charles, then Prince Charles, had made several visits to the White House. He never got a state arrival because he was not the monarch. So this is something different for him on his 20th visit now to the U.S. 19 as the Prince of Wales. Now not that he is any stranger to the formality of such things.
Sure.
He's the King of England. But this is just something different, highly choreographed, will last into the evening at the White House. In between, he'll be heading to Capitol Hill to address Congress, which is rare in and of itself.
Sure.
So a full day as part of a 4-day visit here to Washington.
We just saw the King and Queen go into the White House after the president gave some brief remarks, which we'll talk about here in a moment. But run us through a little bit of what's on tap for them inside the White House. Some of these events are closed to the press, so we don't have visuals on them right now. But what exactly is going on? From what I remember from other state visits, there's usually an exchange of gifts formally between the two countries, but what else is going on?
That is supposed to be happening right now. So when you watch the president and the king walk through what appeared to be a doorway, that's actually a window going into the Blue Room of the White House. That is where the two couples were going to do the gift exchange, and we always wait a little bit to find out from the White House exactly what gifts were exchanged. It's always a little bit of fascinating color. The King and Queen will sign the guest book for the White House, and then there'll be a receiving line in the cross hall right outside the Blue Room, where they'll have the delegations greet each other and give all the other American dignitaries a chance to greet the king again after getting to see him. Shake hands with several cabinet secretaries and other White House officials out on the soft lawn. This will be more of an indoor, drier event for them.
Sure. And another thing that I guess is interesting to point out, just in making observations of events in and around the White House, we usually see a lot of this taking place on the other side of the grounds. But when Jack Arresto, our Deputy Chief of Bureau, when he and I were having a conversation yesterday about all of these events, one thing we mentioned was the East Wing being gone. That's usually where we see a lot of, especially for state dinners, we see people coming in. But now being on the south side of the White House, there's always different things being planned and moved around, and the staff is working very hard to transition from one event to the other. But now they're doing it on a completely opposite side of the building than they usually would be.
One thing that is now a constant on the south side, really on the north side as well, is the constant sound of the construction of the White House ballroom, although that is still the subject of legal action, and we're not exactly sure where that's going to go. But you always see cranes, and we hear jackhammering, and it can get very loud. In my little radio studio in the basement, the walls have shook, which makes trying to talk on the radio a little bit hard, but you actually can hear it, you can see it. It has disrupted a lot of what ordinarily happens on the South Side, especially again when you're going to have a state arrival ceremony and a state dinner. It's not like their jobs aren't hard enough for the logistics people at the White House, but this has complicated it, let's say, just a little.
Yeah, just another little thing to think about. One thing that you are seeing on your screen right now is a red carpet, which has been laid out for this official visit. This is going to the Oval Office through where it used to be the Rose Garden, which has now been paved over into more of a patio type area. This is where we believe we will see the president and the king go into the Oval Office. So we want to bring that to your attention. Again, talk about pomp and circumstance with all of those flags for the United States and for Great Britain there flanking that red carpet through the Rose Garden area. Sagar, we were literally just talking about different things at the White House. We've both seen a lot of events happen. There have been weddings there before, and there have been state dinners, certainly, but having these kind of up close looks at what is going on, this is something very new. This is definitely not, the Rose Garden used to look very different. It's now been paved over. So this visually looks different, but this is also not typically where they would walk. Wouldn't they be going along the West Colonnade into the Oval?
I will say that I have now walked across exactly this spot dozens of times over the last several months. There has not been a red carpet. There has not been an honor guard, just for the record.
They don't roll that out for you at work?
They do not, nor for the rest of the media. So yeah, this is, I didn't frankly know what we were looking at for a second. This is something entirely new. They would walk out of the mansion itself and walk along the colonnade, as you said, and then turn the corner and go into the Oval Office. That is the shot that we get. It's something the President Trump, likes to show off because that area there now has his Hall of the Presidents with all their pictures or their bios and all kinds of other gold stuff, because I feels like every time we walk out there, there's something new.
There's always
shiny
something added. That's right.
There. So this is very much different than what we would ordinarily see with any foreign leader or really any foreign visitor.
And that carpet there obviously is going around something in the middle. This is one of those new statues that the president has recently had installed in the patio area. So you can see that they're obviously going to be taking literally a walk around at least part of it to make this journey to the Oval Office. So that will give the president an opportunity, I would imagine, to describe what they're looking at. And he and the king seem to have been having some pretty friendly conversation as they walk around. So I would imagine this will be part of that too.
As someone who's been going to the White House off and on for 20 years, it's hard to overstate just how different all of this looks, how different the feel is. President Trump is saying changed so much of the decor and then the actual geography, right? There are times where we walk outside for a Marine One departure or whatever it might be, and everyone kind of looks over and says, wow, is there another statue there? Or, oh, that bench didn't used to be there.
Constantly seeing those updates come through in the pool notes.
These things are just categorically different than they were before. Definitely different from the last time then Prince Charles would have been at the White House. But yes, President Trump does love to show off all of this. And I'm sure King Charles will be getting an earful about a whole lot of it.
And we had seen in September when President Trump hosted the Saudi Arabian leader back at the end of last year, walking along that colonnade and doing exactly what you note, showing off that presidential walk of fame. I think that was actually in September, or November, misspoke. And so those are the images that we're accustomed to seeing, but now as these new things are added, as the geography changes, I don't know, but I would imagine that there may be some conversation about the ballroom project, which, as you note, is ongoing. And we've seen our reporting from our colleagues who are at the White House today is ongoing today as they hear some of that. As they're on the complex, they're covering all of these events and just covering other things at the White House itself. But the construction proceeds. Sagar, as we wait to see what will be coming forth here with this red carpet here in the Rose Garden, I wanted to talk a little bit more about what's coming up for the king at the White House. He's going to be having a bilateral meeting with President Trump in the Oval Office. That's something we're accustomed to seeing for foreign leaders coming to the White House. At the same time, the First Lady and Queen Camilla will be doing their own sort of event. I think that's going to be at the tennis pavilion, which is not really a part of the White House complex that I'm super familiar with.
I think I've maybe been by it once in the southwest corner, way at the bottom of the South Lawn. It's an area that the public really never gets to see. Fascinating part of the White House. You have the grandkids garden with handprints, and you have, it's where Michelle Obama had her vegetable garden planted. Melania Trump has worked to get this tennis pavilion in place, basketball court / tennis pavilion. So they will go down there and talk with some kids about US, UK history, and there's always some type of event where the, for lack of a better term here, the first ladies or the spouses will do their thing. This will be theirs. We will get to see some of that. What we will not see as of now is the president and the king sitting down in the Oval Office. It is what is listed as closed press on the White House schedule. Ordinarily, vast majority of the time, those are open. And those are the ones where you've heard the president go on long spiels, go after Ukraine's Volodymyr Zelensky, for example, have a bit of a tense meeting with British Prime Minister Keir Starmer, but for whatever reason, this one is not open. So the first time we're going to hear from King Charles will be when he gives his address to a joint session of Congress later this afternoon.
And the king doesn't really give interviews. That's not, when you talk about Keir Starmer, there's a difference in the UK, right, between the head of state and the head of government. And so that is what we've understood, that during this visit, those remarks before the joint session later on today will really be his remarks, his comment to America during this trip. And, we were watching the president's remarks there just now, and I was thinking, oh, okay, well, this is when the foreign leader would then also make his or her remarks. But then I remembered, about that joint address.
It also hadn't occurred to me, frankly, until right now, that the scene in the Oval Office, when they bring in not just the White House press pool, but whatever pool is traveling with whomever it is, in this case the king, but a president, a prime minister, whomever it might be, it is maybe the most famous office in the world. It's also a complete zoo when the pools rushed in there to watch the president and whomever. So that spectacle of questions being shouted and jostling is not the most royal sight you can think of.
A little chaotic, and it's not really that big of a space.
Yeah, it's a very enclosed space, and as someone who's gotten, hit plenty of times and shoved around and almost knocked over a sofa, that kind of thing, it's not the most dignified process. So it makes sense that you're not going to expose the King of England to that. Let him walk down into the House chamber and actually address Congress in a much more formal, dignified way.
Yeah, certainly. And we'll be talking in a little bit about what we expect to see during that address while we wait to see activity here on this red carpet through the Rose Garden. I was hoping that we could kind of talk just for a moment about the president's remarks. We just noted King Charles did not speak here at the White House publicly, but the president did for, I think I clocked it at about 12 minutes, giving remarks to those who were gathered and to the foreign visitors also from the UK. The first thing that it struck me, the president made clear to point out that he was the recipient of similar hospitality last year when he and the First Lady made their own trip to the United Kingdom and were hosted, and so now he was happy to return that favor. And that's something that Jack Arresto and I were talking about a little bit yesterday. This trip has been in the planning for a long time. We've here at the AP have kind of been putting together our own plans in terms of how we will cover it for several weeks at this point. But at a higher level, at the government level, this has been anticipated because the United States and Great Britain have always had this traditionally close relationship. And it struck me that starting off with remembering his own trip to the UK, then President Trump went in to talk about all of those, the history, really, saying that it seemed maybe a little ironic to have the King of England come when we're talking about the 250th anniversary of the Declaration of Independence. But what stood out for you in listening to President Trump today?
It's clearly, this whole visit is clearly an attempt to not reset this special relationship, as they call it, but it's definitely been under strain over the last several months. We've heard President Trump routinely almost insult Prime Minister Keir Starmer, most recently over Starmer hedging on getting involved in the Iran war in any way. You know, I have to do what's right for my country, you go do what's right for yours. The president actually came out and said, this is not Winston Churchill we're dealing with. It's a pretty good insult in the UK.
Right.
So that, and then the broader backdrop of the president and some fraying alliances and his routine attacks on NATO and deriding the European Union and the tariffs that he has put on. It's kind of upended the global order, and especially this relationship that was just seen as the relationship has been under strain. But notably, I mean, the president's gone after everyone from the Pope on down. He has notably always spoken very highly of King Charles, almost gone out of his way. Even when asked about things like climate change and the environment, of which Charles is a champion, we've heard the president deride people who, heck that, almost praised him for speaking out. So you could tell that there's something genuine there. So this is an effort to kind of show people, like, hey, this is all fine. We're good. There are going to be some issues, that's fine, some upheaval, but this has now been 250 years of history. The president pointed to FDR and Churchill meeting to plan out what the end of World War II would look like and what the free world would look like after that. It's interesting that these are two men who clearly approach things very different ways, very different personalities, but this is Charles's chance to tell not just Congress, not just the Joint Chiefs of Staff, not just whomever else is in the House chamber, but the American people, everything's fine. We're good. This alliance, this bond, this special relationship cannot be broken by any one thing or two things or criticism or whatever it is that is happening right now.
And then conversely, I would also think that it would make sense to assume that the king, through his interactions with President Trump, with members of Congress, with leaders of Congress whom he will be meeting when he goes over to the Capitol later today, that he could take some of that sentiment back to the UK, to Prime Minister Keir Starmer, to those government officials with whom President Trump has been feuding over a variety of different issues, particularly related to the war in Iran, and do a kind of soft diplomacy. That's what we kind of see when we have these bifurcated systems in a country that still has a monarchical system but also an elected leadership, and trying to see what kind of roles those monarchs play while not really the head of government, certainly still the head of state, and therefore perhaps having some influence on the people who are actually making the governmental decisions.
The king as peacemaker, that's a little bit of an interesting way to look at this. I have to assume that Keir Starmer will come up during this Oval meeting, and it'll be interesting to see if we hear from the Prime Minister in coming days about whatever this report back might be.
Certainly, and I think it's really interesting, too, that you mention the king and his emphasis on some of those issues with whom President Trump, for example, may find disagreement with many in his party when it comes to particularly like the environment and conservation issues, something that those have been important issues for King Charles for the whole time that I've been aware of him, certainly for his whole public life. And so these kinds of visits do seem to give him an opportunity to engage on those levels like climate and culture and just an overall civil society that I think we as Americans, when we look toward England, that's kind of the assumption that we make, that it is a civil place. But he can kind of connect on all of those levels without that baggage of electoral politics, without having to worry. I mean, President Trump has mentioned it several times when he talks about King Charles, not having to face voters, and that must be nice.
He's not worried about the midterms.
No, not worried about the midterms or anything like that, but really also still able to have a very high-level conversation in a very different kind of vein.
The speech before Congress will, again, a lot of it from what British officials have told us, we'll touch on NATO. We'll touch on the European Union. We'll touch on these transatlantic alliances. You don't expect the King of England to come out and be critical or to make news in a bad way. Let's put it, come out with fiery rhetoric. It'll be softer than that. It'll be much more nuanced than that. But we're expecting the point to be very clear. Like, these alliances matter. This has all mattered for decades, in this case for 2.5 centuries now. Let's make sure we keep that up. Let's not just abandon everybody. So at this time, with the Iran still going, with gas prices hitting their highest point since the war began 6 weeks ago, to have King Charles, one of the most visible people in the world for the last how many years, half century or so, be able to stand before the U.S. Congress, which again is a privilege reserved for very few people, like Winston Churchill, for example, and be able to send that message at this time in history, I think is going to be pretty important. And I think it's going to give people perhaps a different way to step back and look at what's happening in the world right now.
Absolutely. Speaking of that joint address to Congress, which, we prepare for these kinds of events and take ourselves in the Wayback Machine, so to speak, in U.S. history and all kinds of history to try to remind ourselves of what has happened before. This feels like a large moment. You mentioned that as Prince of Wales, now King Charles, has been to the United States a lot, has spent a lot of time here, but this is his first obvious visit as the reigning monarch. But he's still only the second royal from the UK to make this kind of address. Not an invitation that happens all the time. Obviously, these visits are somewhat rare, but does it feel like, given all of those geopolitical concerns that you just mentioned, that that's another layer of intentionality in terms of inviting him to come and make those comments and to have that space with elected leaders at the congressional level?
I would think so. I mean, it's been 35 years, right? His mother was the last British monarch given this honor, addressing a joint meeting of Congress, not joint session, a joint meeting of Congress. It's only the 6th time a sitting monarch has even visited the United States. So that in and of itself,
and that struck me when I was researching that. I just figured it had
happened from the time of independence until 1939, when King George VI, Charles's grandfather, came to New York to meet with FDR. It just had not happened in the intervening time. It's not common now, but at least this is now, a half dozen times. Not a whole lot, but then again, the U.S. president doesn't go over to meet with the king or the queen in that sense either. But we've heard some lawmakers say that they're very much looking forward to the address because they want to hear that perspective about why the bond and the bonds with others, plural, matter. And just that spectacle in and of itself. Again, we were at the Capitol, 2 months ago, 3 months ago, to watch the president give his State of the Union.
Right.
This will be that same walk down the middle of that chamber. I don't know if people will be frantically reaching out to shake hands. I don't know that you're just allowed to grab the King of England, but I don't know if they'll wait for autographs like we see after the State of the Union. But that visual, in and of itself, 35 years after the last one, is notable just for that reason.
And I know I said I wanted to talk about the joint address, but before we go into a little bit more of what's going to be happening around that, I think as we see on our screen again this red carpet through the Rose Garden, where the president and the king are there in the White House at the moment. Sagar, let's talk a little bit just about the relationship that you referenced that these British monarchs have forged with American presidents through the years. This personal bond that we seem to be, at least from our vantage point, the friendly interactions that are taking place in front of us between the president and the king, that's not a layer that was always there. Clearly, if there weren't visits happening until 1939, and then with George VI coming over as World War II was really kind of in the offing and feeling the UK feeling somewhat exposed because of what was happening to their neighboring countries and seeking US assistance with that. It is very interesting, at least to me as a history nerd and a politics nerd, to look through the decades. One, there's only been one other monarch since George VI to this one, and that was Queen Elizabeth. So she had the opportunity to develop relationships with a lot of US presidents during her long reign, but also to think about the ways that that kind of relationship, even if it changes between different principles, different presidents, different monarchs, that could benefit both countries in a way that I'm sure a while ago, after our Declaration of Independence, would not have really been conceived as possible or something that would be beneficial.
So let's look at that first one, that 1939, King George VI having hot dog diplomacy.
Hot dog summits, my favorite.
A term you love. This is because the British had pledged to defend Poland against Nazi Germany, but needed U.S. munitions to do that. And the U.S. to that point, a couple of years before entering the war, was very hesitant about getting involved at all. So this became King George VI coming to America to essentially seek military help. Think about the optics of that. If you were the British, we fought a war, you're now independent, now we have to come ask you and say, hey, we really need some weapons and materiel to do this. Sure, that relationship was forged. How better to do it than over hot dogs sitting in Hyde Park? And then Queen Elizabeth just had that way about her, right? She made the entire world essentially fall in love with her, and had a good relationship with George W. Bush, for example, on the last monarch state visit that we had here in Washington in 2007. It would just be fascinating to hear what those conversations are like. I mean, you look at the Queen of England or the King of England and the President of the United States, right? The titles don't get any bigger than that. How involved is the king in geopolitical affairs? How much is he going to privately, not what we're going to hear in the Capitol, discuss the nuances of the Iran war, or how much money NATO members should be spending on their own defense, or you need to ease off on the tariffs against European Union nations, or whatever it might be. But as we talked about before, clearly the president feels like he has a good, if not personal friendship with the king, at least has a very obviously high level of public admiration for him. And we just do not hear Donald Trump talk about very many people in the way that he talks about King Charles.
Yeah, it struck me, going back to the president's remarks, just to kind of think about it's one of those things I think that showed us that friendly kind of relationship, that convivial nature of the way that they reference each other. But, the president talking about how he wished that he could go over to the Capitol for King Charles's remarks so he could hear that elegant accent, which is it's kind of complimentary way, but also, that's a pretty familiar way to be talking about a monarch of the United Kingdom. But then the president was really able to make personal references too, and I did anticipate that he might bring this up, but talking about his mother's own Scottish heritage and how much she admired Queen Elizabeth, and even saying that his mother had a crush on Prince Charles when he was Prince of Wales, but that she loved the royals and was very supportive of them. And that's something that I think we might, since the president doesn't often talk about his mother's heritage, he does at sometimes.
When he was over in the UK.
Certainly, yeah, when he's made those visits. That's right. I feel like maybe we hear more about his father's influence on him, but his mother obviously played a major role too. And so to be reminding not just a U.S. audience, but everyone watching this gathering that he does consider himself to have close ties to that part of the world as well. I thought that was an important way for the president to point out, yes, I am connected to this, and it's a special bond for the U.S. and the U.K., but it's also a bond for me personally.
And saying that Mary Trump said, look at cute Charles. I thought, oh no, what's coming? She had a crush on him.
Right.
Didn't anticipate that, but there you have life at the White House.
There's always something of a surprise that you can you can anticipate that
You
there
can
will
count
be.
on.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Another thing that the president mentioned, which clearly is different in our system, as it is in anywhere with a monarchical system, was that there had been this long reign of Queen Elizabeth, King Charles's mother, and the president turned to First Lady Melania Trump and said, "I don't think that's a record that we're going to be able to match." Meaning, of course, he is limited in the amount of time that he can serve in office. It's different for the royal family, but this, all of these things I just mentioned because it was lighthearted. There was a bit of not policy, but a structured approach to history, I guess, when President Trump talked about the words of "my country 'tis of thee," which is clearly something that we as Americans hear and participate in a lot, that music. He said that was only possible because of something like "God Save the King." I'm wrapping up those remarks, Sagar, because you can see on your screen now, we see the President and King Charles, followed by First Lady Melania Trump and Queen Camilla. They are walking on that red carpet through the Rose Garden area we were talking about a little bit ago, walking around that statue. The president just paused there. Can't hear what he was saying, but perhaps he was talking about this new addition there to the Rose Garden area. So this is, again, Sagar, that pathway that we've been talking about. We see our colleagues in the press hustling around, as we are often told to do on White House grounds by folks who are in charge of getting the press where we're supposed to go.
So that is the area right outside the Oval Office. That is the colonnade where, as we were saying before, you would ordinarily come down. Now you do see them do that. I've never seen that roundabout way to do it.
That seems like an intentional change.
And you can see the gold that we were referencing before in the background. That is the Hall of Presidents behind the president and the king right now, and they will come toward the cameras, and this is the White House press pool that is assembled to hopefully at least get shots of them. So there you have them going into the door, but again, this is listed as closed press, meaning the White House press pool will not be invited inside. However, we have had many days where events are listed as closed, and all of a sudden the pool sprints out of the West Wing to get into the Oval.
And so on a day like this as well, there's the White House press pool, but there's also the foreign press pool traveling along with King Charles. And so, Sagar, you've worked in and out of the White House for a long time. During a visit like this, are both of those press pools kind of put together in terms of where they're moving around?
You're technically separated. You line up separately, but then you all go into a very confined space. So let's say you'll have a lot of reporters that travel with, let's say, a Japanese prime minister. So when you go into the Oval Office, there are a good 45 people in there in a space that does not accommodate 45 people very well. So it becomes a little bit crazy. But again, as we said, the crush in there, the yelling of questions, one would assume that the intent here was just to shield the King of England from having to deal with that. Let him speak to Congress. Let it be, in the very nice House chamber, not seated in front of a fireplace with several dozen people yelling questions at him.
And as we have seen so many times before, even when an event does open up to those of us from the media and perhaps the other foreign leader or whoever's sitting there with the president, perhaps they wouldn't want to speak. It is, I would say, maybe not a certainty, but almost inevitable that President Trump will at least say something or entertain a question from a member of the media. So as to kind of avoid the possibility of that happening, let's just not let them in.
There have been many times where a foreign leader is sitting in that other chair, just silently, almost blank-faced, stone-faced, whatever you want to call it, while the president fields a half hour of questions. And these are leaders of their countries. They're not used to just sitting there almost, ornamentally in the background with, literally just kind of twiddling. We joke about twiddling thumbs. I mean, I've been there. They'll just sit there with nothing to do. Their press pool might try to yell questions. The White House press pool is rather aggressive, and the president knows people, and he will point them out, and there will be a lot of questions. All that to say, the odds of us seeing the two of them sitting inside that office right now are I would say, pretty close to nil.
I mean, we will keep an eye on our live cameras just in the event that any of that does open up, although I agree with all of the ways that you've set that out. So we're seeing now, as they pop up on your screen, these are live pictures of that tennis pavilion that Sagar was describing earlier on in the southwest corner of the White House grounds. This is where the Queen and the First Lady will be holding an event here shortly. Sagar, just remind us for a moment the provenance of this particular structure and how it's changed a little bit.
Yeah, this has been a basketball court during the Obama administration. This has been a tennis court. The First Lady during the first Trump administration had worked to get this pavilion erected and was apparently very proud of what happens there. Again, as someone who goes into the White House a lot, I've never come anywhere near this building.
It seems kind of tucked away.
Yeah, I mean, it literally is tucked away from public view, and it's just a part of the South Lawn that we do not get to go on. Not that we have free reign to walk around anyway, but
right.
They don't take us down to that. But there is, again, the grandchildren's park there. There is the vegetable garden that Michelle Obama planted. Some other things that are just not parts of the White House campus that are usually well known, certainly not public in any way. So it's a very interesting choice, but clearly these things are not accidental, right? This is what the First Lady chose to show Queen Camilla. So there is definitely a reason behind why they would have this all set up as the place where they're going to speak with little kids about British U.S. history.
And it's also, I think, do you know if this is near the new beehive that's been installed, another big project of the First Lady's? I think it's somewhere close by.
It is very close by, so they would end up probably walking by it, although the King and Queen did get a look at it yesterday. Out of all the stories we talk about at the White House recently, I did not have beehive on my list of things that we would.
Why not? That seems very logical.
When I first saw it, I thought, I don't even know what this means. Where are they going? But like we said, very little surprises us nowadays inside that place. So a beehive and a tennis court, why not?
Why not? Absolutely. And this, you mentioned that they walked by this yesterday, and posting about this on social media, I got a lot of questions from people. Well, are they using honey from the beehive for the tea that they're having at the White House? And I don't have a definitive answer to that.
I wish I did, actually.
I would like to have that factoid. Unfortunately, to people who ask me that on the internet and elsewhere, I still don't know.
I would like some of the honey. I bet that would be good.
That would be good. I hear what you did there.
All right.
Okay.
I think we're done.
So this is where the First Lady and the Queen will be holding their event, while the President and the King are in the Oval Office, where we will not see them. After these events here on the White House campus are done, there's a little bit of a lag time, right, until the King goes to Congress for his joint address.
Entirely depends on how long they decide to sit in the Oval, because those things, the public portion of them that I've been in, some of them have lasted literally 90 seconds. Some of them we've been there for an hour. And that's not to say how long the meeting in and of itself goes. That's only the part where the press pool hasn't brought in. So, I mean, could this meeting last a half hour? Sure. Could it last an hour and a half? It's entirely possible. I don't know exactly what they're going to have the King do in between leaving the White House grounds. Does he go straight to the Capitol at that point? Do they go to the embassy, to the ambassador's residence? Do they go to Blair House? We don't know. What we do know is that we expect to see him walk into the House chamber on Capitol Hill at 3 o'clock to then address this joint meeting of Congress. I now have to correct myself on that. I've been correcting everybody else for 3 days. Now I have to correct myself.
And why is it a joint meeting and not a joint session?
Because it is not a session per se that is being gavelled in where you're going to hear from the president. This is when they come together, when you'll hear a foreign leader or someone else give a speech. Again, it doesn't happen much, but there is an actual term for it, and it is not the same thing as you and I saw a few months ago when the president comes in and it's a joint session.
So in this sort of circumstance, I mean, so the speaker doesn't gavel in?
As far as I
There's just
know,
an announcement from the sergeant?
unless they're changing something about this,
Okay.
and I mean that would be highly, highly unusual. But it is more a formality than anything else.
Always the intricacies of covering Washington and all the various terminology. I feel like I learned something new
There's a lot of terminology.
every day. It is interesting to think about, though, aside from perhaps those formalities of what this is called and how exactly it will open up. This is going to feel kind of like a State of the Union, just when you consider all of the different people who will be there. Maybe not the president, although he did say earlier he wished he could go, but the members of Congress and different branches of government and cabinet officials. To you, like, does that kind of like translate the import and the gravitas of what a speech like this is intended to be?
Absolutely. If for no other reason than that backdrop is so familiar, right? We just associate what the camera is looking at in the front of the chamber with a State of the Union address, with the President of the United States, you know, as the Constitution says, updating Congress from time to time on the State of the Union. It's a little bit, jarring is not the word, but it's just, it makes your brain kind of stop for a second when you see someone else, especially a foreign leader, or, Pope Francis, for example, standing there instead. But the fact that you are bringing together both houses of the Congress, America's top uniformed military officials, the diplomatic corps, at least one retired Supreme Court justice, gravitas is probably the right word, right? This is intended to look like and to be a big deal. And again, at a time when some conciliatory words are probably needed, we heard them from the president. He made that very important special relationship claim, explicitly tying that to the king and the current leadership. This will be the king's chance to relay that in the other direction.
Yeah, absolutely. I know this has been in planning for a really long time on both sides, but for it all to be happening at this moment, where there have obviously been many developments in recent months in the Middle East and the ceasefire and dealing with the war in Iran, and there is still the war between Russia and Ukraine happening too, both circumstances that have enveloped the U.S. and the U.K. in different ways. For all of that to be happening now, and these comments happening now, I'm not trying to read too much into what the king may or may not say, but I mean, obviously, it seems like a very pivotal time.
Yeah, I mean, the timing, these things don't come together. This wasn't, the president and Keir Starmer are at odds. I should probably go to the U.S. This did not come together last week or last month, as you said.
I'm going to interrupt you really quickly just because we are seeing the First Lady and Queen Camilla there for their engagement at the tennis pavilion. We will listen in and leave you with these images. We'll be back in a bit.
Welcome back.
Melania and I will never forget the spectacular honor Your Majesties showed us during our extraordinary visit to Windsor Castle last September. Now it is our tremendous privilege to host you, and you're going to have a wonderful short stay, but stay nevertheless. Then you're going over to Congress, and you're going to make a speech that's going to make everybody very envious of that beautiful accent of yours. Very elegant. He's a very elegant man. Here in the shadows of monuments to George Washington, Thomas Jefferson, honoring the British King might seem an ironic beginning to our celebration of 250 years of American independence. But in fact, no tribute could be more appropriate. Long before Americans had a nation or a constitution, we first had a culture, a character, and a creed. Before we ever proclaimed our independence, Americans carried within us the rarest of gifts, moral courage, and it came from a small but mighty kingdom from across the sea. For nearly 2 centuries before the Revolution, this land was settled and forged by men, women, who bore in their souls the blood and noble spirit of the British. Here on a wild and untamed continent, they set loose the ancient English love of liberty and the Great Britain's distinctive sense of glory, destiny, and pride. And that's what it is, glory, destiny, and pride. The American patriots who pledged their lives to independence in 1776 were the heirs to this majestic inheritance. Their veins ran with Anglo-Saxon courage. Their hearts beat with an English faith in standing firm for what is right, good, and true. In recent years, we've often heard it said that America is merely an idea, but the cause of freedom did not simply appear as an intellectual invention of 1776. The American founding was the culmination of hundreds of years of thought, struggle, sweat, blood, and sacrifice on both sides of the Atlantic. Fate drew a long arc from the meadow at Runnymede to the streets of Philadelphia that ran through the lives of people born and bred on the British code that no man should be denied either justice or right. American patriots today can sing, "My country, 'tis of thee, sweet land of liberty," only because our colonial ancestors first sang, "God save the King." We see today a living symbol of this centuries-old bond, just a few dozen feet to the left where I stand. There, Her late Majesty, Queen Elizabeth, an incredible woman who I had the privilege of getting to know. Queen Elizabeth II, very, very special woman who is very greatly missed on both sides of that mighty Atlantic. Long ago planted a young tree. It was a very young and beautiful tree, and look at it now. It's tripled in size and tripled in strength, very much as our nations have even more than tripled. Like our nation itself, it was laid with British hands but grew in American soil. Today it stands tall and proud, reaching ever higher. And this morning it reminds us that the mightiest of trees, like the greatest of nations, must be anchored by the strongest and deepest of roots. In the centuries since we won our independence, Americans have had no closer friends than the British. We share that same root. We speak the same language. We hold the same values. And together our warriors have defended the same extraordinary civilization under twin banners of red, white, and blue. My wonderful mother, Mary MacLeod, was born in Stornoway, Scotland, the Hebrides, and that's what they call very serious Scotland. There's no question about it. Some places they say, well, it wasn't really Scotland. The Hebrides, that's real serious Scotland. That's where they had their greatest of warriors, their greatest of warriors. She came to America at 19, met my incredible father. We loved him so much. We all loved him. We loved her. We loved him, Fred, and they were married for 63 years. And excuse me if you don't mind. That's a record we won't be able to match, darling. I'm sorry. Just not going to work out that way. We'll do well, but we're not going to do that well. 63 years. And my mother, I just see it so clearly. She loved, and I told the king this, she loved the royal family. And she loved the Queen. And anytime the Queen was involved in a ceremony or anything, my mother would be glued to the television and she'd say, look, Donald, look how beautiful that is. She really did love the family. But I also remember her saying very clearly, Charles, look, young Charles, he's so cute. My mother. My mother had a crush on Charles. Can you believe it? Amazing how, I wonder what she's thinking right now. But beneath those beautiful flags, 8 decades ago, Prime Minister Winston Churchill and President Franklin Roosevelt famously met on a ship in the North Atlantic to outline a vision for the free world after World War II. That understanding of our nation's unique bond and role in history is the essence of our special relationship, and we hope it will always remain that way. The ship where the two great leaders met was called the Prince of Wales, the very title that His Majesty the King held longer than any other individual in British history, and he held it with great pride and respect. It's said that when Prime Minister Churchill first met this future king many decades ago, he was so impressed, he made the statement, he is so young to think so much and so well. And the bust of your great Prime Minister rests proudly again in the Oval Office. We're very proud to bring it back. We brought it back. Throughout His Majesty's life, the world has witnessed that same thoughtfulness which first struck Britain's greatest Prime Minister. His Majesty's intellect, passion, and devotion have been really a blessing to the British people, but not only to his own country, but to the cherished bond between the United States and the United Kingdom. And I am very certain that it will continue that way long into the future. In a few hours, His Majesty will stand in the heart of the United States Capitol as the very first British king ever to address a joint session of the United States Congress. So he's going to be addressing Congress, and I'm going to be watching. I was thinking of going, but they said, I don't know, that might be a step too far. I would love to go. It's not supposed to be protocol, but I would love to be with you. But there, the direct descendant of King George III will speak to the direct successor of the very body that gathered in Independence Hall on July 4th, 1776. If John Adams and George Washington, or the King's fifth great-grandfather, could see that sight, they might be absolutely shocked, but probably only for a moment. Surely they would be delighted that the wounds of war healed into the most cherished friendship. Think of that very, very long ago difficult war, and yet those wounds did indeed heal into the most cherished of friendships, most cherished. They would be moved beyond words to know that the soldiers who once called each other Redcoats and Yankees became the Tommies and the GIs who together saved the free world as brothers in arms and brothers in eternity, and nobody fought better together than us. If they could see us today, our ancestors would surely be filled with awe and pride that the Anglo-American Revolution in human freedom was never, ever extinguished, but carried forward across centuries, across oceans, and across history until it became a fire that lit the entire world. So today we look back on 250 years. Let us remember what has made our countries the two most exceptional nations the world has ever known. And together let us go forward with even stronger resolve to carry on our sacred devotion to liberty and to the traditions of excellence that have been our shared gift of all mankind. Your Majesties, thank you once again for making this important visit. We are so honored. May God forever bless the United Kingdom, Great Britain, and Northern Ireland, and may God bless the United States of America. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you. Thank you.
White shoulder! Oh!
Yeah, I thought I put it. the Queen, aren't you?
press, and officials only can come and meet. You're official, right? You're Thank you guys.
When I pan around, that will just sort it out.
Sorry. Yeah.
No, we're good, because I'm going to go back there after. Yeah.
As you go in the door, it's on the right hand side. On the shelf. I drew a little J inside it, but I don't think I will lick it. Hey man, hey good. Good? Looking forward to taking a picture of some people in a very dark room. I'll ask them to walk slowly for you. This is Kayla.
Either way. We're all going to the same place. So it's we're going to go rid of it. I saw it into the side. I can't tell.
That's the plan. They already did it. No, they're walking straight. If they stop, they stop. Okay. We're going to leave after you're done upstairs. And then whoever has a ticket, I will take you upstairs. Properly, yes. Unless you have a ticket to go to the joint session. Then you're going with me. We're going upstairs to the joint session. You can go back upstairs that way if you want to. That's fine. You got to do what you got to do. Oh, yeah. Yep. No, because it's my only, that's my lunch. So. Yeah, I wish I had that. I wish I had, yeah, that's my. I feel like the fun pack of like animal practice. Questions, concerns, questions? Hi. Okay.
Sorry, I was just making sure that you guys are all set.
Do not worry.
I know you're not going to. You're going to be great. But we were talking about it. What's the thing why we do because but you're okay. I mean, honestly, like, that wasn't I also perfect. Dude, I've never watched a podcast that didn't exist in my life. Like, I've watched some of those, certain couple podcasts. Basically five hours. Yeah, everybody, like Kevin and I, podcasts.
That's up. You should not stand in front of them. No, let's just imagine.
Hey, Javen, how'd that ladder work out? Perfect. What are you doing in here? Yeah, she ended up in a good place.
He may have gone up. He's not here. He's got like 3 minutes. I mean, if he doesn't show up. He doesn't. Exactly. Me and my iPhone. I mean, that's where I'd like to be, but I wasn't at your room to sit straight behind you. No, I'm not sure. The problem is the snack is you're not right. It's blocked.
Yeah, this gives us like, if they go nice and slow.
This shot right here in the middle is
You think it's different faster?
I did, yeah. I honestly, I thought
like, you know, on it by the time they came down. Yeah, they were on my church. So I was like, wait, so I knew when it was like, extra communion.
There were like 5 comments on Instagram from my friends who were like, of course you were there for the correspondence we were shooting.
I know. Or better yet, remember when you noticed you popped in at the last minute, finally everybody got out here? We go to a round road.
Like having, yeah, at some point that happens that long, but are you worried about that? shot Tyler now.
I wasn't
Stupid, but I'm like, I'm just like,
Get a camera. It's good to see you. Right.
Press with a gallery ticket.
Christine. Get them coming back. They're not going to come back.
Do we have to go like right there?
Everybody with a ticket. Those who choose to change. Cameras. Break down. Roll it out.
Oh, okay.
You may not. You may not. Yes. So, everybody else has to take a sign.
I don't know how we'll fit in this room, but that was a lot of cameras up there.
Everybody's constituencies.
Yes, all across the country. So each member in the House represents about 760,000.
Thank you, press. Thanks, guys. Thank you so much. This way. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Which gallery are you going
It makes sense. On my laptop.
Because once you do that,
Well, I might do that. Always a pleasure, bro. I'll see you. You as well.
come over to the book.
I will. I'll shoot you a text. Okay.
If you don't mind, because I just want to make sure that everybody got a ticket. Just follow me as you will escort you up to gate.
How are you?
Good. How are you doing?
A little late on the road.
I know. That's good to see. Do you need any help since you need to file right now and I'm right here for it?
Another top quickly.
Okay.
And then go into the dress.
Take care of
Go home.
Oh. Look at you. I got him. I got him. Keep filing. Keep filing. I got him. Stop. Handle your business.
Due to today's Kal Boishakhi, the reports that have been received from our 3 subdivisions.
I'll let you know if your curator comes through.
Yes, I believe so. And if you can, there is the elevator. That is the big elevator. Oh, yeah. Like that over there. I'm guessing the doors are shut down at the moment, but like that's the only reason I don't know that one is because I know I'm on it. Thank you for the help. That was very well. There's always something about that.
End of story. Good to see you. You too. Catch you on the next one. Yeah, are you done or go out there? I might be joining you. Sorry. Oh no, you might be joining you out of there. We'll see.
FYI. That's what I'm thinking, for real.
No. Not allowed. Vance is already here. So he's right there. She goes, Vance is coming. I go, he's right here.
I'm gonna
The CNN thing was great. The brunch.
Yeah?
Yeah, Karen and I had a great time actually.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Nice.
We kind of knew everybody, and
That's so cool.
not everybody, but everybody was like just happy to see us, and we just moved around. They were like, great.
That's so nice.
We just went home and sent everything, and it was pretty smooth.
Nice.
Yeah.
I'm glad it worked out.
The British were great. They're really good
Right.
staff. Thanks for recommending it.
Yeah, of course. And how was obviously the evening for you?
Oh, it was crazy. Yeah. It was
I
really
saw
good.
your shots, of course.
It was a little scary.
Right.
Definitely scary.
So, right when you heard it, did you shift, or like what was your situation?
We just left the buffer to go to because everyone was starting to eat.
Yeah.
So it was like outside the ballroom, up the short steps, and then we were down at the bottom of the stairs in there. It's like the main hallway, sort of, and because we were sitting at the bottom of the steps, they just had tables set up to us, like off to the side, with all of our dinners, and
Wait, how long was the event? Like, was it 4 hours, like always?
it was supposed to be, but it ended before nobody got dinner. It ended before it
Oh,
started.
sorry. I thought you were still talking about CNN. Sorry.
Oh, no,
we're
it's in
now
the
on.
evening.
Sorry.
I was like,
Okay.
with dinner.
No. Sorry. I was just looking at the editor writing. So
Yeah.
back to the dinner. So you were saying you were in the buffer.
Oh, yeah. What were you
In the
asking
dinner.
about before?
Sorry. I asked you about CNN. Then we switched to the dinner, and then I looked here.
Oh, you're good.
Use this. Wait, sorry, one second.
I'll hang out here. See if it goes through.
Wait, sorry. Okay, so you were in the buffer at the dinner, and you heard everything?
Yeah. We left the buffer because everybody was supposed to eat.
Yeah.
So they just had quick opening remarks. The color guard came to say, national anthem and all that. And then we naturally get taken outside to go sit in our hole until we were allowed back in. And then when that happened, we were at the bottom of the stairs. And then we heard everything about 5 or 10 minutes into sitting there.
Yeah.
Then all the shooting started. But because we were outside the ballroom, it was a little more quiet, but we were at the bottom of the stairs, it just go down, and we were like...
And did you know right away?
Initially...
I'm just testing this.
No, please do. Initially, like, there was... When that guy put out that first shot, I'm thinking because it was dinner time, that someone had just dropped a big cart of food or something near or down a stair.
Yeah.
And I was like, that hit a landing on the concrete. Like,
Right.
That makes sense. And then...
Because your mind goes to places right away without you considering.
And then I heard the return fire, and I was like... And then what confirmed my fears was that I watched all the H's runs out. I'm like, oh, okay, this is getting to be serious. Cool. And then everybody started yelling. And it was very...
Thank you.